We're going to start shortly. Just give us a minute, making sure everyone is coming back, whoever is supposed to be here. So we will be using a microphone, even though it's like not a big room, but we're doing that because we're currently live streaming as well, so that's the way for people on the other side to hear us. So if you will be a speaker, that's a good idea for you to use the microphone for yourself. Yeah, let's just take 1 minute and we can get started. Okay, you can hear me fine? All right, ladies and gentlemen, dear esteemed colleagues, and of course, dearest offline and online participants, I wanted to sincerely welcome you to the final conference of the They Have a Name project, which is called Human Trafficking in the Baltic Sea States, Enhancing International Cooperation for a Safer Region. Let's welcome each other with a little round of applause. My name is Polina. Some of you may recognize my name because of our extensive email correspondence prior to the event, or maybe you have participated in other project activities during the project phase, and to those of you I say, welcome back, thank you so much for coming. I'm a project manager here at Active Youth Association. This is an NGO that is organizing this event, and I will be hosting the conference, and also I will be taking a moment to tell you about a reason why we are all here today in the first place, which is of course the They Have a Name project. Welcome, guys. No worries. And I wanted to take a moment to say that it really brings me great pleasure to see each and every one of you sitting here today, because we are coming here with a shared mission that goes way beyond borders, as you can see, and it deeply resonates with our values, which is, of course, tackling human trafficking in the Baltic countries. I believe that this conference isn't just about discussions and conversations and speeches. I actually believe that it is about taking action. We here today have the privilege of hearing from people from different lines of work who are working on one single mission. We're going to hear from NGO representatives, social workers, lawyers, law enforcement officers, psychologists, and we sincerely hope that their insights are going to inspire us and equip us with the tools necessary to fight against the crime. And I think, again, today's event is not just about talking at you. We hope that it's going to be about learning from each other, sharing experiences, and building connections that will go way beyond the end of this conference. We also sincerely hope that the connections you are going to be making here, they're not temporary. They're not going to just end after this event is over. We really, really hope that these are just the seeds of the future collaborations that will only continue to grow and grow and grow. So perhaps, just to start getting to know each other a little bit better, I wanted us to take a look at some of the registration entries that you've provided during the form, just to see the composition of our offline participants. I have put together this graph that shows the most popular and the most unique professions and people among us. So as you can see, we have a lot of project managers here from different NGOs. We also have lawyers who are advocating for the rights of the survivors and also who are working in the other sectors of the law. We also have law enforcement officers and people working for the state police. We also have teachers, volunteers, and some of them are volunteering for the National Anti-Trafficking Helpline. We also have advisors and mentors from different anti-trafficking NGOs, and we have students with a passion for change. Also, I did not include this here, but we have an honorable mention. We have very, very unique people here. So we also have a nurse. We have a person who's working at a state prison, and also we have a person who is doing PR for non-governmental organizations. So I really, really think that this graph is a perfect illustration of the amount of people it takes to tackle the crime and the amount of work power that is necessary to really collaborate on a successful level. So today, I really, really encourage you to try to talk to someone you have not talked to before. And it can be stressful and annoying and maybe uncomfortable, but I think it's going to be interesting because perhaps you're going to meet people who are the same profession as you are, but they're doing their work in another country. So you can get some interesting insights from them. Or maybe you will get a chance to talk with some of the other wonderful people who we have here and gain insights from their line of work. All right, so let's move on. I've also asked you during the registration process about your preferences for today's topics. Basically, what is it that you're interested in learning more about? So I ranked them based on their popularity, and the #1 topic today is prevention, human trafficking prevention. The second most popular one is rehabilitation and social work, specifically with a focus on ways to rebuild survivors' lives. Also, we have here education, both formal and non-formal practices, combating forced labor, providing psychological assistance to survivors. Some are interested in the legal aspects. Here we have international and domestic anti-trafficking law and survivor rights as the topics of interest for some, as well as sexual exploitation and child protection. So here today we have a lot of people with many different interests, which is very good. And again, maybe you are the person who is the to-go person for this topic. You know so much about it. You have worked with this topic over many years. Again, maybe it's worth talking to someone new today and sharing your experiences and expertise, or asking people around you about some of the topics that you've listed you're interested in. So I wanted us to take a brief moment before we move on, and I wanted all of our offline guests, so all of you guys, to try to scan this QR code, or if you don't have the function or maybe it's too far away, I want you to please type into your browsers the following web page address. So it's akt.lt/r. And so this is a really important part for us as an organization, because we really are trying to be accountable for the carbon footprint that we are producing as an organization during our events, during our travels. So if you can please do that, calculate your carbon footprint, that would be very useful for us and would help us offset it in the future. The questions that we're asking is essentially, how long have you traveled, how many kilometers, what means of transportation you have used, and at the end you will see your unique carbon footprint and the number of trees that we're gonna plant to offset it. And thank you so much to those of you who took your time to do this right now. So, as I said earlier, my very, very primary goal today is to talk to you about the sole reason why we are all here, which is that They Have a Name project. So, let's get into it. So, They Have a Name is an international project that is co-funded by the Council of the Baltic Sea States. Active Youth Association is the leading organization, and we are partnering with two wonderful organizations from Latvia and Estonia: Society Shelter Safe House from Latvia and MTU Elulin from Estonia. These amazing organizations directly work with survivors. So the aim of the project is to raise awareness among the general population, is to foster evidence-based research, and also conduct specialized trainings and field visits in all Baltic states. So the conference here actually is the very, very last part of the whole entire project. So it's been almost a year of constant working, and I wanted to, maybe if you guys have participated in earlier project stages, just take you down the memory lane and for those of you who are new, I wanted to give you some context about what we have been doing. So first and foremost, we have conducted research and published an e-booklet, which is essentially a culmination of knowledge regarding human trafficking in the Baltic states. We are also sharing useful contact information, also talking about best prevention strategies and practices in each Baltic country. So when I was preparing this speech, I was like, okay, how do I make it interesting for you guys to hear about our report, to hear about our research? So I think the best way for us to go about it will be to have a little game. And this way, we're going to test your knowledge and see how well you know some of the facts about human trafficking. And also, we're going to introduce you to these facts from our research. Dear people, please follow the following QR code. Or if you cannot, if it's a bit too far away, please go to menti.com, menti.com. And in menti.com, you're going to find entrance code, which is 32845133. If someone needs help, raise your hand. We're going to help you. Yeah. Yeah, the music is definitely not the most appropriate to the human trafficking topic. But okay, guys, if someone needs help, please tell us. We're going to come help you. But please participate. I feel like if you participate, it's going to be more fun this way for all of us. Yeah. Guys, do you need help? Do you want to try it? I know this game. No, you can't know this game. I did it yesterday. But you can test, maybe you do know this game. You guys should try. Merle, think it can be fun. Okay, so let's take another moment. See if someone else is going to join. Dear online participants, you are welcome to join as well. Completely possible for all of us to join. Okay, we have 18 players. Can we get to 20? 19, okay. One more, maybe, someone? No? Gustas, are you joining? Okay, that will be 20. 20 is a good number. So I'll take a seat for this part. Okay, guys, I hope you come prepared. Someone left? There's 17 players? No. Guys. Okay, let's just start it with as many players as we have because people are leaving the game. Okay, let's hope it works. Okay. Okay, it starts with question 2, but it's okay. No. Hold on. Okay. It should happen, yes. So the first question is, how many trafficking victims were reported in Lithuania in 2021? And remember, the faster you vote, the more points you're gonna get. You have, yeah, everyone has voted. Let's see. Okay, so the majority of you know that there have been 26 victims reported in Lithuania in 2021. Okay, let's look at the leaderboard. Okay. I see Lithuanian names, makes sense, should be this way. All right. Question number 2. How many trafficking victims were reported in Latvia in 2021? Latvians, it's a lot of pressure on you. You must know that statistics. Okay. Okay. I see a Latvian name. A couple. Very good, Lolita. Congratulations. Question number 3. And as you might have guessed, what is the number of registered human trafficking cases that were reported in Estonia in 2021? Some of the Estonians are not playing, so you guys might be able to win still, because we might not have a clear winner here. All right. Let's see. No. And also, during this game, what is interesting to me when I was creating it as well is to see the big difference between all the Baltic states in the trends and in the numbers. Lolita is still on fire. Amazing. We have some new faces here. Question number 4. Which gender was the primary victim of human trafficking in Lithuania in 2021? Might be easier because it's just 2 options. Okay, let's see. Okay. Very good. Certain people's name, of course, I don't recognize, so I can't give you full credit. All right. The next question is, which gender was the primary victim of human trafficking in Latvia in 2021? The answers are the same, as you can imagine, men, women. Okay. And similar question, which gender was the primary victim of human trafficking in Estonia in 2021? Okay, we're getting faster for this, very good. So what is the primary origin of human trafficking victims in Lithuania? And here we have Lithuanians, EU citizens, or third country nationals. Okay. Let's see the situation. Lolita. Lolita is from Lithuania, so of course. Okay, amazing. So our next question is, which is the primary origin of human trafficking victims in Latvia? So the answer is Latvians, EU citizens, or third country nationals. Everyone has voted. Okay. I see Latvian names. Very good. So the next question is, what is the primary origin of human trafficking victims that were able to receive specialized support in Estonia? We have Estonians, EU citizens, or third country nationals. Now we're talking specifically about people who were able to receive specialized support. So it's a bit of a trick question. And all the statistics is, of course, provided by our wonderful partners. Okay. Agni was with us in the field visit, so here we go. So, moving on to the next question. What is the primary age group of trafficking victims in Lithuania? So, a lot of options. Choose the one that you think is the most susceptible to be the victim in Lithuania. Okay, everyone has voted. Oh yeah, the correct answer was 18 to 30. So actually young people, not minors, but young adults are the most susceptible to being trafficked. Very good. So the next question is, what is the main country of origin of foreign nationals trafficked in Latvia in 2020? Now that's a very specific question, and you have to type your answer. So it's very extra difficult. And you have to try to spell your answer correctly. Now that's even more difficult. All right, the correct answer is Tajikistan. So we have 26 is a good one. India, Tajikistan, correct answer, Syria, Iran, Ukraine, Latvia. Very good. Okay, the next one. Foreign nationals from which country were not recorded as trafficked in Estonia over the past 5 years? Were not. So again, a tricky question. You can see a very interesting set of countries here. Okay. Turkey. Tricky question. Lalita. Amazing. Okay, we're almost done. In 2021, which type of trafficking had the highest number of victims in Lithuania? Sexual exploitation, forced labor, forced marriages, forced criminal exploitation. Everyone has voted. Let's see. Oh, sorry. The correct answer is, of course, forced criminal exploitation. All right. Let's get to the next question. In 2021, which type of trafficking had the highest number of victims in Latvia? So the same question. Sexual exploitation, forced labor, forced marriages, forced criminal exploitation. Are we similar or are we different? Let's find out. Forced labor, exactly. Very good. All right. In 2021, which type of trafficking had the highest number of victims in Estonia? So the same exact question, the same exact answer. Sexual exploitation, forced labor. Oh, everyone has voted. Sorry. Sexual exploitation, very good, very good. Here is the leaderboard. And the last question. Is human trafficking still a significant issue in the Baltic states? You can get your points if you are lacking some. Okay, let's see if there's, okay, thank you so much. No one answered incorrectly that one. I'm very happy about it. Okay, so let's see the leader, the ultimate leader of today's competition. Who is it gonna be? Lalita, congratulations! And it actually makes me very happy because Lalita is a representative of a state police in Lithuania. So that makes me very happy that we have such a specialist here today. All right, so we don't have that much time left for what I was going to talk about. So let me just take a few brief moments to go over the rest of the project's activities. Of course, if you want to learn more about everything, if you feel like you're lacking knowledge in certain aspects, or if you want to learn more about prevention, please read our research. It was good. So the second stage of the project was connected to the 4-day training that Active Youth Association organized here in Lithuania. And during this training, we had 5 participants per partner country joining us here for the training. So the first day was facilitated by Active Youth's amazing facilitator Stanislav, who is going to join us here today later. And we had a lot of team building, ice-breaking activities. And the next day, the second day, is where it gets really, really interesting. So during the second day, we went and had a body movement therapy workshop where our participants learned about body work and embodiment technique. So what really happens is that we were all dancing and listening to music together. And I feel like that was really a vulnerable experience for a lot of us, and that was a truly ice-breaking experience, I feel like, because we saw each other from a completely different light. But that was meant to introduce our participants to an alternative way of supporting people who survived trauma. So the second day, we also had a visit of UN's International Organization for Migration, who talked about the topic from a general global perspective. The third day we had two workshops, one by Vilma that was about leadership in social work, and the other one was about rape culture and how it adds to sexual exploitation by Rugile, and Rugile is going to join us today, later tomorrow. And the last day we went to Lithuanian State Police. We have another ice-breaking activity because we got stuck between the doors and we were asking police to rescue us from their own building. And after we were rescued, we finally had a nice Q&A with them. And also, guys, even if you're Lithuanian, Lithuania has an amazing police museum, which we also went to and explored. I definitely highly recommend to go there as well. And after that, we had an amazing field visit to Latvia and Estonia. In Latvia, we visited a Shelter Safe Houses headquarters. We had wonderful and interesting presentation from their staff and also from police, representatives, internal minister. And here we are at the Marta Center where we went to as well, which is another prominent anti-trafficking organization in Estonia. As you can see, I had a very eventful day that day in Estonia. We went to MTU Lulin's headquarters. We also went to another prominent NGO working against sexual exploitation in Estonia. And here is the day of the police academy. I'm being interrogated by one of our partners, and here on the right. So I wanted to just briefly show you, this is the final output that we worked on before this conference, which is online art exhibition. So you can explore it with me on your phone. You can just watch me do it. So this is, oh, can they see my screen changing? Because yeah, they don't see it now. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So yeah, this is how the online exhibition looks like. Here we have a little description and a disclaimer that this is suitable for people of 16 years and older because we use explicit language here. You press start, and here you can see the map of the Baltic countries. And we worked with the art curator on this, and she suggested that it's a good idea to use the Baltics map because it represents the project very well. But also, in certain cases, specifically in Lithuania and Estonia, we needed to show the specific location. So, for example, here, the story of Lina took place in Klaipėda, and so we needed to show it on the map. Also, our graphic designer, Victoria, she designed art based on every story. So, for example, here, the story of Laila here in Latvia, there is a reason why it's a horse. It's not just a random horse here on the screen, but if you read more about it, you will understand why there is a horse. And of course, here we have the resources, useful information for people who want to report trafficking and our e-booklet. All right, so we decided to sort of show our exhibition through the multiplier event. And here we printed this wonderful cards. And on the back, you can see the quote from the story and the link to the website. And we used the collage technique with the participants to make them really feel emotionally connected to the exhibition. They tried to also be artistic. They read the story and they put it in the collage kind of at the end, how they felt and what they thought about it. So that was a very interesting way to raise awareness in Lithuania. Okay, so all of this here brings me to the very end of my presentation. Now you know a little bit more about the Have a Name project, or you just took a look at what was going on before. I am very, very, very happy that you all came here today and that we all can give survivors of what they deserve. We can make sure that they have a name and that they are heard, and we have people here who are ready to listen. Thank you so much, and welcome to the conference. So let's move on with our conference here today, and we have an amazing speaker who I would like to invite here on the podium, Merle.
Hello, my name is Merle, and I'm a lawyer since the Soviet time. And in this time, that was a little bit different compared. Ei kuule või? Nüüd, okei, no räägime siis kõvemini. That's nice Estonian language. Who knows more? I'm a lawyer and I graduated at the university in the deep Soviet time in 1981. It means in Soviet time there was so many things together, different, but you know, crime is crime in every society. And I'm going to speak you and give you an overview about the legal space, what is important for us, for Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and as Europeans. I'm going to sit, that will be a little bit easier for me, because I arrived yesterday night, 1:30. That was deep night time. Nee, what is those? And if you have any questions, please ask them at the right time. Otherwise, we'll be too late. Oh, that's how long I have time? That's 20 minutes. Okay, that will be enough. Combating trafficking in human beings is a priority for the European Union, and one of priority topics for Spanish EU presidency also, because now is EU presidency from Spain. What is in the heart of the European vision? Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, Article 5, trafficking in human beings is prohibited. That's so nice to say it a simple way. That's understandable. Too often we'll see the definitions there, that very, 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 very long. But yes, of course, if we are professionals, we need to know what it means. Also, directive on preventing and combating trafficking in human beings and protecting its victims. That's European Union directive, what is for us one of the main legal document. It means for us all and for our citizens and our people.
Mary, can you be a bit louder before we're
Really? Okay. Because I feel that it's playing here. Offences concerning trafficking in human beings are, according to the directive, recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring or reception of persons, including the exchange of transfer of control over those persons, by means of the threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, of abduction, fraud, deception, of the abuse of power, or of a position of vulnerability, or of the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of person having control over another person for the purpose of exploitation of the prostitution of others, or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor or services, including begging, slavery, or practice similar to slavery, servitude, or the exploitation of criminal activities, or the removal of organs. That's very long, but it means that if we don't know what it means, that's quite often, the words are very empty. We need to look to every victim's issue, and that's not so easy to put in the right place that this is a victim, or this is a presumed victim, or something else. On 17 May 2023, the Council of European Union presented a proposal to amending the directive. I have this with me. If somebody wants to read it or to get introduced, that's here. Quite long, but also describes the European Union desire to amend the directive. And what do they want to do? Okay, I have here also the slides I sent you, but I don't see them.
I didn't receive them.
Really? Kas seda ei saatnud edasi või? What nii? Okay. I'm sorry, that's again Estonians issue, because I have also slides. But if somebody wants, we can send them afterwards. Nii. The EU Spanish presidency will advance the proposal for a directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence, and the proposal for a revision of the directive on preventing and combating trafficking of human beings in protecting its victims. It means that now European Union sees, that's their desire also, to see those things together, because the violence against women and domestic violence is also a very important issue if we are speaking about trafficking of human beings. Proposal is providing such definitions here. The definitions of marriage, adoption, forced marriage, and illegal adoption of offense-related fracture were provided in national or international law. That's very important, because I'm going to show that's also UN instruments, which is important, Council of Europe instruments.
I can put the slides.
Yeah, okay. That's if they are easy to here.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to speak a little bit more. The next proposal is to improve its digital capabilities and expertise to keep up with technological developments. Furthermore, member states are invited to consider preventative measures, in particular to discourage demand.
They don't see again.
Okay.
Okay, nice.
And that address the issue of abuse of online services for trafficking in human beings. And it means that some issues are more. A referral mechanism should be transparent, accessible, and harmonized framework for facilitating That's here. Now it's proposals. Okay. Why it's the referral mechanism is very important. They are facilitating the early detection, identification, support, and assistance of the victims of trafficking, and the referral to the responsible national organizations and bodies. Such a framework should identify the participating competent authorities, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders, and set out their respective responsibilities, including the procedures and the line of communication. Why it's impossible? Because the national this referral mechanism was not a little bit like on the paper only, but real life shows that, for example, in Estonia, that's missing. It means that now we see that Estonian state bodies have to do something and to change their attitudes. The criminalization should only target the use of services provided within the framework or exploitation covered by the offense of trafficking in human beings, when the user knows that the person providing the services, because always the question, where is the line? The offense should therefore not apply to customers purchasing products produced under exploitative labor conditions, as they are not the users of the service. Why it's important? Because that was a big discussion in European Union. It means that we have to punish everybody who are going to buy, for example, from China something. Data collection and statistics. Statistical data referred include, as a minimum at least, include the data available at the central level, the number of identified and presumed registered victims of offences. To the extent possible, in accordance with national law and practice. It means that's so nice to ask all those statistics, but if we are putting them together here, we see that sometimes we are not talking the same issue. And for example, not to forget presumed victims. They are also trafficking of human beings victims also. The next directive from 2012, that's establishing minimum standards on the rights, supporting and protection of victims of crime. That's very important directive because it provides this legal space for all the victims, not only the trafficking of human beings, but there are also the Article 22 requires, in the context of individual assessment, particular attention shall be paid to victims who have suffered considerable harm due to the severity of the crime, victims who have suffered a crime committed with a bias. It means that also the victims whose relationship to and dependence of the offender make them particularly vulnerable, including the victims of trafficking. That's long queue of information. But if you're going to read them, then you see that's the complex, how those criminal actions look like. They are not so easy to understand. The next convention is from European Council of Europe. Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms. That's Council of Europe. And European Court of Human Rights. There are several cases also which are important for us. No, mostly, yes, of course, lawyers. Mul ei ole siin, ma saan panna siit jälle edasi, kus oled. Nii, see on juba statistika. I am not going to count them all on these slides because that's a long queue and that will be too heavy, but I did it. Why? We see the real overview, how long it is. Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings also. Protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in person, especially women and children. Supplemented the United Nations Convention against transnational organized crime. That's so-called Palermo Protocol. Everybody knows what it means, but yes, of course, important is this. That's entered into force on 25th December 2003. It is the first global legally binding instrument with an agreed definition of trafficking in persons. It means from this time, that's already so-called, we see how it looks like, these definitions. The next one is CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. That is also Article 6, which provides the basic information and also for us to know what is what. And what is important also, the historical convention. Historical convention is forced labor as set out in the International Labour Organized Forced Labor Convention. Do you know what's the year? That was 1930. That's historical. But yes, of course, there no this description. That's only, they are saying that it refers to all work or service which is exacted from any person under the menace of any penalty and for which they said person has not offered himself voluntarily. That's very short definition, but that's not anymore so nowadays. But yes, of course, we have to apply Because I don't know that the Latvia and Lithuania ratify this. I hope so, but Estonia ratified. And that's the very important EU document. That's not convention, but that's EU strategy combating trafficking in human beings 2021-2025. Sets out the holistic priorities and key actions of the strategy against organized crime applied to trafficking human beings. That's a long issue, but that's mostly political, but that's also the guideline for everybody as EU members. In the context of the directive, particularly vulnerable persons should include at least all children. Other factors that could be considered when assessing the vulnerability of a victim include, for example, gender, pregnancy, state of health, and disability. If we are working with victims, we see that they have a lot of problems and they are vulnerable. Special needs, what are they? Because quite often those terminology shows that they are dividing so many things, but if we know the content, that's different. Special needs were those needs derived in taking into account from whether they are pregnant, also their health, a disability, a mental or psychological disorder, they have a serious form of psychological, physical or sexual violence they have suffered. Because quite often the victims went through this so-called difficult time, but the victims are victims, and it means that if we see behind them that they are unable quite often to understand what's happened, that's much important to support them and to assist. According to Eurostat in 2021, the number of registered victims of trafficking in human beings in the EU is nearly back on pre-pandemic level, with 7,155 victims, which is still by 8% lower than the number of registrations in 2019. What is important? Because during the pandemic time, that was not so easy to find assistance if somebody needed it. And if they found, that's quite often too late. The actual number of victims is likely significantly higher than reported data suggests, as the statistics only capture victims that become known to one of the registering entities, and many victims remain undetected. That's so easy to say that, yes, of course, let's do this work better. But what does mean better? And how we are really doing, that's much larger. That's social work, that's legal work, what we are doing. If we see the victim, that's not always the victim of trafficking in human beings, but quite often that's a victim of some psychological issues. Because in Estonia, for example, we have also the hotline, and we are looking how the people are surviving during those hard times and how difficult this is. In 2021, sexual exploitation was still the predominant form of exploitation at 56%. Exploitation by forced labor and service was only 29% in 2021, slightly lower than in 2019 and 2020, but still higher than in previous years. Share of organ removal and other exploitative purposes, including use of benefit fraud, criminal activities, and forced begging, was 16% in 2021, compared with 2020 and 2019, where the share was close to 12+%. This represents an increase of 4%. It means that nowadays this statistical background provides information for us, but we always need to think that's here somewhere behind that is not all. And the maximum is impossible in nowadays situations, from my point of view. Comprehensive response to combating trafficking in human beings, what it means, from prevention through protection of victims to prosecution and conviction of traffickers. That's mostly from the strategy. That's also such nice words, what it provided so many times, and all those international forums and also the documents, but this is not enough. What it really means, again, good question. The complexity of the trafficking phenomena calls for a comprehensive response. There is a need to overreaching legal, policy and operational initiatives to combat human trafficking in coherent and wide-ranging manner, from prevention to conviction of criminals. Who have been in court, they know how long it takes. And quite often, the result is not, unfortunately, the best, because we are unable to prove everything what we want. Who have some other ideas, please share, who are more successful, but real life shows that criminals are extremely tricky people. Emphasizing the protection of victims at all stages, considering particularly women and child victims, as well as trafficking for sexual exploitation. What is again one topic, reducing demand that fosters trafficking. It means if there are no buyers, there are no providers. Organized crime groups operate based on the basic economic principle of high demand driving the activities. Demand fosters all forms of exploitation of vulnerable situation, who are those people which traffickers take advantage of, in particular in high-risk sectors and high-risk environments. The estimated global annual profit from trafficking in human beings amounted 29.4 billion euros in 2015. That's, please think about, that's 8 years ago. It means there are no those fresh data, because that's not so easy to calculate and to find those basic documents, and also, I think, the desire. In the EU, in one single year, criminal revenues of trafficking for sexual exploitation, which is the most prevalent purpose of trafficking, are estimated about 14 billion euros. It means that's, please think about how it looks like. This amount does not take into account trafficking for labor and other forms of exploitation. Reducing demand in an effective way is therefore essential to deprive traffickers of their financial gain, and thus ensuring that the crime does not pay. That's so easy to say, but we know how difficult to realize. Awareness-raising campaigns on the risks of trafficking are important to detect and prevent the crime. Business in certain sectors, such as hospitality, garment, fishing, agriculture, and construction, may rely on the workforce of people who are in vulnerable situation. Many forms of trafficking are rooted in the global economy. That's yes, of course. They are working in the internet, and they will find the victims everywhere in the world, also in our countries. Breaking the criminal model to halt victims' exploitation. see ei ole veel see. Nii. I put it here, this, yeah. Effective operational means against the criminal business model. Tackling the culture of impunity by building capacity for a robust criminal justice response, tackling the digital business model of traffickers. But who are policemen, then you know how effectively criminals are using dark internet. It means that's digging this information, protecting, supporting, and empowering the victims, especially women and children. In 2021, 68.4% of registered victims of trafficking in human beings in the EU were women and girls. And that's a reason why it's important for us also. The share of women and girls increased slightly from the previous year. Nearly 3/4, 72% of all victims in the EU, and 92% of the victims trafficked for sexual exploitation are women and girls. It means 8% they are men, very few. But I think that this is only not detected, how many of them. What we can do? It means that everybody can say something also from this point of view and what they are doing, and that's the reason why we are here together. Early identification of victims, assistance, support, and protection to victims, rebuild their lives also, remain limited as reintegration and rehabilitation programs. It means that's so easy to say that, yes, of course, let's detect those victims, but we have to work with them. We don't know how many years. Rehabilitation is also extremely long, and sometimes it takes for a life. Cooperation between relevant EU and national and local authorities and regions, cities and municipalities. Create safe environments for victims to report the crimes without a fear of being prosecuted for acts they were forced to commit by the traffickers, and without a fear to expose to secondary victimization, intimidation, or retaliation in the context of criminal proceedings. In Estonian cases here, we saw that also the issue still that some policemen, unfortunately I have to say, they are unable to understand how vulnerable are victims. And that's so easy to victimization, to go them through the victimization process again and again, and also the question of courts, how long it takes. Have they giving the testimony in the courtroom or somewhere another room? That depends of the case again, and it's not so easy to prove from this point of view. And also, this is what we provided in Eluliin, the support for those victims in pre-trial investigation and also during the trials in the court. Improve the functioning of national referral mechanisms. That's exactly this. It means how it looks like. That depends of your legislation. But like I told, in Estonia, unfortunately, this is missing. To take appropriate action, awareness-raising campaigns and education programs were appropriate in cooperation with relevant civil society organizations and other stakeholders, aimed at raising awareness and reducing the risk of people, especially vulnerable people, becoming victims of trafficking in human beings. They are nice words, but let's improve them. And all those proposals are welcome. Trafficking in transnational crime, and half of the victims identified the European Union are non-European Union citizens, mainly from Africa, Western Balkans, Asia, and in Estonia mostly from Ukraine, Russia, Moldova, Brazil, Colombia, Japan, Republic of Dominican. Trafficking in human beings. The current global and regional migration situation, especially war in Ukraine, heightens the risk of trafficking, with traffickers abusing the asylum procedure, including the legalizing their own status and that of their victims also. Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, that's Istanbul Convention, what it means. Estonia ratified it, but I know that Latvia and Lithuania yet no. You have this process. We have had in this time when Estonia ratified, that was a very tough discussion. And now you are doing it yourself. It means you have to go through and to see the importance of this convention. The convention creates a comprehensive and multi-phased legal framework to protect women against all forms of violence. It seeks to prevent, prosecute, and eliminate violence against women and girls, and domestic violence, including sexual violence and forced marriages. By committing to the implementation of the convention, the Union confirms its engagement in combating violence against women within its territory and globally, and reinforces its current political action and existing substantial legal framework in the area of criminal procedural law, which is of particular relevance for women and girls. In accordance with Article 75 of this Istanbul Convention, the European Union may become a party to the convention. The convention was signed by Union on 13th June 2017 on behalf of Council with regard to the matters covered by the convention which fall within the exclusive competence in the European Union. Not all from this convention. Union was exclusive competence to accept the obligation set out in the convention with regard to its own institutions and public institutions. It means that's not yet in force for European Union, but they are on the way. If you want to ask me about the Estonian issues, that will be more possible. But one thing, Estonia and the implementation of the Council of Europe Convention against Trafficking in Human Beings. The Council of Europe group of experts on action against trafficking in human beings, GRETA, has published its second report on Estonia, which provides a deep analysis of Estonian developments and provides proposals for future implementation of the Council of Europe Convention. It means that you can read also, you Latvian and Lithuanian, and that's very important to see those guidelines, what they are providing us. What do you think? Is it understandable for us? Because quite often our own politicians don't want to make those changes what we are working in this field really with the victims or presumed victims, because presumed victims are also victims. This is all what I want to show you, but if somebody wants to take this long queue of documents and conventions and to see how they are working, they can do it. Quite often, I don't know how it's in Latvia and Lithuania, but in Estonia happens several times in this way, that if I read the Estonian language version, that's not correct enough. And then you have to compare English language version, because that's official. If you don't understand English so good, you can compare French language. But in Estonia, for Estonians, we have also one very good possibility to look at the translations made by Finland, because Finnish language is very good for us. That's much longer than Estonian, but provides also, because quite often we see that those conventions and documents, they are translated into our own languages, but something is not, you are going to think what this really means. And then you have to find the best way to understand what is what. And if you have questions, please, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? Perhaps, so our speaker can respond. Okay, well, thank you, Merle, so much for your participation.
Yes, and that was a long story, like you see.
Yes. All right, how are we feeling? Okay, good. Okay, very good. So now we are going to have a little coffee break and networking break. So like I said in the beginning, let's try to talk to each other a little bit, people from different countries, from different professions. That would be lovely. And then we're going to have a 1 hour long, at 11:30, we're going to have a 1 hour long workshop with our facilitator Stan. So we're going to talk in groups and have this kind of activities. So for now, please go ahead until 11:30. You're free, have some coffee, have some snacks, talk to others. And people who are watching online, we will be back after lunch. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. People. Okay. How are we doing, guys? How was lunch? How are we feeling? Tasty? Okay. Good. Thank you so much for returning from lunch. That's a very important part. So we are now starting the second part of the first day of the They Have a Name conference. So I wanted to introduce to you our speaker. So please welcome Ilse. Ilse is a social worker at Society's Shelter Safe House from Latvia, and she's going to present a very insightful presentation. So go ahead, Ilse, take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, a little bit about me. As mentioned before, I am really a social worker. So my main tasks and work that I do are with actual victims and survivors of trafficking, but being part of a non-governmental organization, which in Latvian is called Patvērums drošā māja, and it doesn't translate good because we are not a shelter, but we provide this safety for different people in Latvia. And yes, so being part of NGO means that I can do a lot of other activities if we speak about human trafficking and prevention of it. So I can be part of educational activities as well. I can be part of international projects such as this and speak about this topic, raise awareness, and also gain different experiences, and sometimes be the voice of our survivors. And a little bit about our organization. We were established in 2007, and we work with two main target groups since the beginning, and those are survivors or victims of human trafficking and illegal migrants. And till this day, we still work with both of those target groups on different levels, locally, also internationally, and in all the ways possible that we can get some opportunities. And at the same year when we were founded as an organization, we were also granted the opportunity to provide social rehabilitation services to victims of human trafficking, and it is granted from government. So government has granted this opportunity for us, and organization also mentioned early today called Center Marta. And yes, and besides this rehabilitation services, of course, we cooperate with governmental institutions. We try to implement positive changes when it comes to the laws, when it comes to different documents that regulates these issues in our country. We sometimes cooperate even with private companies to do some good for the survivors, with many. And currently we have a few ongoing projects that are specific to human trafficking issues. Of course, they have a name. This project we are here. Very important project that you can also find in Facebook, and they have a web page as well, is a project called Networks, where we work with women who are from third countries, and they are survivors of sexual exploitation specifically. And what we do in this project, besides awareness and research and all those informative parts, we help these women to have a balance of a work life and a private life, because a lot of them have small children, and they lack opportunities to integrate and have actual work in new communities and new countries. And of course, we have some local projects as well. Currently, we have this educational project to have some prevention of human trafficking, but about this I will not speak. I am sure my colleague Gunta will speak about it tomorrow. It's a very interesting project where we go together with influencers to schools and speak about this topic, but more I will not tell. So the next one. So I think this topic that I need to discover today is very general and very wide. So I choose in a very subjective way which points and things are important to mention in this half an hour. And I think the first and most important is that human trafficking as a crime in Latvia was defined in 2002. Some might say it's a long time ago, some might say maybe not, but it was when Palermo Protocol was implemented and we had these amendments in criminal law. And not so many years after followed ruling of governmental to provide social rehabilitation services for survivors of trafficking, and 2 NGOs from that moment also are the ones who only ones in Latvia are allowed to provide this service, and one of those are us. And also important thing is that national coordinator in Latvia for implementing different actions on a national level against trafficking is our Ministry of Interior. And currently, if someone wants to, in an easy way, find what is the current situation about human trafficking and what is planned and who are main priorities, we have a action plan against trafficking for 2021-2023, which is a very good document, and it's enough to read it to understand a lot of things, but unfortunately it is still available only in Latvian language, but it would be a great tool to learn in a brief version what is happening and what will happen, probably. Not always those things come true, as I will say later. Yeah, so a little bit about our situation with human trafficking in Latvia. It is very hard to understand whether we have a good situation or bad situation, and when we speak about human trafficking, what is even a good situation? Some might say that even if you have one case, it's still a human trafficking, it's a terrible issue, terrible crime. But if we look at the numbers, that global slavery index shows that with our population, which is not that big, 1.8 million people, approximately 6,000 citizens are potentially involved in modern slavery, and in percentage, the number is not big, those are 3.4, and 17% of Latvian population are vulnerable or at risk of being trafficked. I will not explain how this vulnerability is measured. If somebody is interested, they can Google this global slavery index. It's a very good tool. You can find about your countries very good information as well. Yeah, so global numbers are not very significant. If I look at them, they are not, if we compare with other, especially third countries, those numbers are not huge. But of course, situation in our country is also changing, and these changes are bringing a lot of challenges for us. And one of the biggest changes that for quite a few years, for many years actually, we as a less economically developed EU country have been either transit country or country of origin if we speak about the victims. So our people suffered in other countries. But for a few years, Latvia also is a target country where people from third countries are exploited. And the main reason, I think it's very obvious, is that we have a lack of workforce, and in some third countries there's a lack of job opportunities. And now this situation is actually quite complex because this workforce issue is now a little bit of a public debate, because people in government speak that we don't have anybody who works, and that we might bring people from third countries, and numbers are speculated about 100,000 workers from third countries, and people are against it. Some people think that we don't have other opportunity. And the situation is very chaotic. And also, when we speak about how to legally employ people from third countries, and I think it's actually quite a great environment for exploitation, which we can see now happening, because as also in this Mentimeter mentioned before, in Latvia, this is the main form of trafficking currently. So, but of course, we have some tools how to do something, and this social rehabilitation service is my work, my direct work. I'm social worker who provide these services together with my colleagues. Very few words about this service, because it's the main tool how to help people. We don't have a lot of other tools. So this is a service that is granted for each victim for 180 days. Decision that the person is victim of human trafficking is made either by police, and then NGOs are happy, they don't need to investigate, and they can directly start the work. If there is some reasons why police is not involved, and there are many, as you all know, then decision is made by us, both organizations together. We have commission of specialists, and we speak with the person, and according from rules of the government, it's not just an interview where person is yes or no. So we do it, and then, yeah, and of course this service is granted if the person wants. It's not something forced. We need, it's voluntarily to have it. Good thing that it can be granted at any time. It means that the person can remember things that happened to him or her 10 years ago and still receive this rehabilitation, and it might be helpful for them, maybe even if they have already processed this trauma or something. It includes not only me, we have also psychologists, sometimes also social rehabilitator, team of good lawyers and other specialists if this person specifically needs. This help is very comprehensive. It is financially limited, but it can be practically everything. It can be accommodation, it can be food, it can be documents, finding work, finding apartment, all kinds of things. And after those 180 days, if there are no criminal proceedings, then a person can have 5 additional consultations, and statistics show that people mainly use for psychologists if they start going during the rehabilitation, because as we sometimes speak that in those 180 days, you only thing you can manage to do is open the wounds, and then the service is finished, and then the person goes and deals with it by himself. It is one of the cons of this service. It is for some of the clients just not enough, this half year, and it is not enough. Other con for this service is that we can only support victim. In case if the victim is with a minor child, we cannot help the child. So only thing we try to do, we try to support the mother who can support the child. In this way we can do, but to use our resources we are not allowed, and this is not right and not correct. And of course different situation is for third country nationals, because we can grant them service. Nobody forbids us to grant them service, but we cannot guarantee that they will stay in the country, because sometimes during the reflection period that is granted from the government, which is 30 days, sometimes they don't manage to solve their situation, and if criminal proceedings are not initiated, they unfortunately need to go home without going through this rehabilitation. And now there might be in the future some amendments to do this reflection period also for 180 days. And we have also one good thing to mention, that in this year, we have first victim who is asylum seeker, and this person was granted service. It is the first case because typically only those who stay with some residents or legally are granted this service. And before, in the past, when asylum seeker was in a question of human trafficking, this person needed to wait till they get document. Now this service was granted directly. We could start work directly, and it's a very good thing that we will definitely use for future cases to remind them that it was like this. Yes, so I hope I still have time. Yeah, I have. So a little bit to whom we help. Here is a lot of text, but I will not tell it all. The main thing is that from 2014 till 2020, in Latvia, 243 victims were identified. From those, only 57 persons were admitted as victims in criminal proceedings, and 142 were admitted as victims by NGOs. And it means that even though all people received social rehabilitation, 142 people didn't receive maybe this justice that they were seeking, whether there is a human trafficking in terms what authorities think or not, they didn't receive their rights in this way. And also the thing, if you played this Menti test, in 2021 we had 61 victims, and we don't have data for 2022 because we have just our own data, but we don't know what other organization did. And also one thing that you might remember from this test is that most common form of trafficking in Latvia is modern labor exploitation. And it is very new. First cases we have in 2018, and it creates a situation where nobody kind of understands what it is. And I don't speak only about society, I speak about everybody. In governmental institutions, social services, nobody can recognize it, nobody can clearly see these vulnerabilities that doesn't include violence. It's very easy to work, it might sound wrong, but it is easier to work with a client who have suffered physical violence because those things you can prove, those things society understands and government understands. But if there are vulnerabilities such as cultural differences or lack of experience or using the status and taking away documents, not always those things are understood as vulnerabilities. And therefore we now also with my colleagues, lawyers as well, we have different educational activities for different specialists just for them to understand what it is, that it is more than it looks maybe from a side. And also we, as I mentioned before, we go to schools, and there when we have some statistics, you can see the clear opinion of society. Even young people don't believe that such cases are human trafficking. They believe that it is just a person is dumb enough to agree and not go away from their circumstances. So there's a lot of work to be done if we speak about labor exploitation, and maybe later my colleagues will also add some perspectives for this. And just to say a little bit about something that from reality, I wanted to a little bit tell about one famous case. In 2019, we had a group of men from Tajikistan who were victims of labor exploitation. And they were like around, I think, 16 people, and 10 were granted this service. And maybe because of the time, I will not tell in detail, but it is a very successful case because most of them are still in Latvia. They have slowly integrated, they all work legally and have very good situation. And this case was very loud. Unfortunately, there were no criminal proceedings initiated and they didn't get their rights as they wished. But these kind of cases also affect the statistics. Sometimes we have this statistic so much higher and then lower, and people think, why you work this year so good, but this year not so good? Because in one case, sometimes there's a lot of victims. For example, also a very large case was when one NGO were spreading a word about rehabilitation for people with addictions and people from poverty, and use them for, through the God, through religion, use them to work. And there were like 115 people there, potential victims. 20 agreed to have social rehabilitation, and from those 20, I don't know the number, but around 5 maybe, I might lie, 2? 11 were victims in criminal proceedings, yeah? And Shelter Safe House had 2. It means that they totally didn't even believe that they are victims. And in such large cases, of course, build our statistic. And in many cases, labor exploitation is the one that gives a lot of people. Yeah. And as you mentioned, as you notice maybe in the title of the presentation there, I need to say something about this national referral mechanism. And the one thing I can say for sure, it doesn't exist in Latvia. We don't have it. It's not defined, or there's no rulings, nothing. But the good thing is that it is mentioned in this main document, this plan for 2021-2023, where it is basically there is mentioned that there should be such a mechanism, and that there is a need for it because we have a very big issue that how we say, all people who work with human trafficking and read about it know that mostly you don't get victims by victims coming to you. Everybody knows that you need to find them, and this is the majority. You never wait for victim to come to you because they will almost never come. But our statistics shows that most of the victims come by themselves to us. It means that it's absolute minority that is found. It means this majority who doesn't come to service providers or police, whatever, they are out there, and nobody can recognize that they are victims, and therefore nobody can send them to us or to police or anywhere, because people normalize abusing each other, and sometimes even specialists in rural areas think that some shocking things are normal. And of course, there have been some attempts to implement this mechanism. We had since 2010, we had this work group that gathered different specialists on a governmental and non-governmental level. This group worked on a regular basis, and their aim was to share information and create solutions, very simple. But the only thing that this group unfortunately managed to do was just share information, and our ombudsman openly criticized this work group because there was no purpose except getting news from each other, what each person is doing and have done. And then COVID came, and now this group doesn't work and exist. And and in this plan, as I mentioned before, it was written that there should be first draft of this national referral mechanism, like a law or project or something, but now it's 2023, and even if you Google something like this, you will not find anything, and speak with specialists. I don't know in which level this initiative is. I have no information. Maybe my police has some information. And and of course, there's also a debate whether this mechanism is necessary. Some believe that it is necessary. For example, State Border Guard, who I read in one interview, so it's not official opinion, where they were telling their opinion that even if they would recognize, they have no like strict written what to do, where to send. It's not, they cannot do randomly things, even on informative level. And they were saying that it is needed to have such mechanisms so they can do something about it. But some NGOs, including also us, Shelter Safe House, we don't think that this mechanism would be a main key, because if let's say, I will say social service because I'm social worker, I don't want to speak about other institutions. Even if you know where to send the person, if you cannot recognize that he or she is a victim, you will not send him or her anywhere. Therefore, we still need a lot of educational work to do for people to understand that people are allowed to ask help, people are allowed to be vulnerable, and somebody might use it, and it's not the fault of the person. And just not only to help them recognize, but to help them to not just see it, it's your personal problem, but give them what their rights are, which is help from government and help from us. Yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ilse. It was a great presentation, and it was very interesting for us to learn more about it. So now we are moving on to the next part of the conference, and it's going to be a panel discussion with NGO experts from all 3 Baltic countries. So let us set up for 1 minute, and then we get started. Yeah. So this part of the conference, I wanted to make it in a way that it would resemble just a conversation, a discussion. So please be aware that our dear speakers did not prepare any specific speech or a script. It's going to be just sharing their experiences. So be mindful of that. And hello? Can they hear this? Can you hear me? What about now? Good? Okay. So that would be your mic, the good one. Okay, so before we get started, we all already got to know Merle and Ilse because they were speakers earlier, but I wanted Vadims and Davile maybe just take a moment and introduce you to the rest of the participants, just briefly, maybe where you're working and what is your core specialty, so that we have the context. So you can go ahead.
Okay, the microphone is working already. So I am from Lithuania, from National Association Against Human Trafficking. I am working here as project and communication manager, and our organization is a network of NGOs. Now it is 6 NGOs that work directly with human trafficking victims. So if the speaker from Latvia, I guess, was presenting their own organization, so our association that I'm working is not working directly with victims, but we are a network. And the main questions or tasks that association is doing is helping NGOs to have some standards of the process how in each region, each city, each village, the victim of human trafficking can be supported. So we have, let's say, the package of some services, of support services, and we are looking at some issues, if they are evolving, they are trying to help them in the discussion with government, with other organizations. So it's one part of association. Another part is doing prevention, but some prevention work is being done by the same NGOs. But if, for example, we have some cases, some information that could be useful to know on national level, so we are working together with journalists. For example, this Monday, I and my colleague from one NGO were in a radio studio, and we were telling about the success story. And besides the success story, of course, I was providing information about the telephone line that every person can call for the support, for the consultation, etc. Also, for example, we have one nice project in the August. So we are collaborating with Lithuanian airports. They provided for us for 1 month areas, TV screens, and we can promote the support information, the prevention information. So we are doing this informative work, but if it comes the prevention with individual persons that already are victims of human trafficking, so NGOs. This is the responsibility of NGOs. And what is more, so association is also the main body in communication with governmental institutions, with national level institutions. If, for example, some law enforcement documents are being in the discussion, or some questions happen and we need to unite all the opinion from other NGOs, so we are representing that one main, let's say, opinion. And of course, the practical thing, we are responsible for looking for financing for these NGOs, that they can have money to support victims, to pay people for their salary, to make more and more good job. So this is the
Amazing. Thank you so much for such an amazing introduction to your work. Now, Vadims, you can introduce yourself as well and the work that you do.
Thank you, Polina. As you saw, my name is Vadims Nazarovs. I represent Latvian State Police, THB unit. I'm working in this field since 2005. Nowadays, I'm not an investigator. I'm a strategic analyst in the cases. And my first job from my own perspective is to create networks with our NGOs, our government association, our partners abroad to bring the situation when previously Ilse told that it's extreme exploitation of the people, till our prosecution office would also recognize, the exploitation had a cures, and any kinds of pushing actions were performed against the victims. And afterwards, the second job is to provide every time the network working before the case was moved from the police to the prosecution office. And after this successful end, we at the police thought that our job is done, because we are not going to speak over our judge perspective, how do they perform, because it's very sad story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So now that the audience has a context of who is present here in the panel discussion, I will get started with the questions. And so I'm going to ask all of you one question, and you can answer whatever you feel like you have something to say. So not every question you have to answer. Maybe you don't have something to add, but please feel free to elaborate as much as you can. We are all very interested in your perspective. So I wanted to mention, as we said here earlier in the conference, tackling human trafficking requires a lot of different agencies and institutions and stakeholders. And so for us, it's very interesting, how does your NGO collaborate with law enforcement agencies, government agencies, other NGOs and other stakeholders to effectively combat human trafficking? So what is this collaborative process like? And then for Vadims, the question would be, how is it for you when you are receiving some sort of calls from the NGO, and how is the collaboration process working in your department? So if you have something to add, please go ahead.
It's an interesting question. I don't think that there is like a cooperation between different NGOs and police, and that is like a regulated, means that police is obligated to call us, or we are obligated to also do something, but we have this common understanding that we fight for the same. Vadims can correct if I don't know, maybe there is something. That we have this common understanding what the issue is, and we, because we have the biggest cooperation we have this with this THB unit, those are policemen and specialists who understands this issue. It's much more difficult if we speak about regions where people, even specialists, don't understand what is trafficking in human beings and what it looks like. Therefore, yeah, on Riga level, I think everything is quite good. Yeah, Gita mentioned that we have a cooperation agreement with, specifically with the police, and therefore this cooperation is very, very good, but I think this is the issue of this national referral mechanism that doesn't exist, that would kind of regulate this cooperation of different level institutions, formal and governmental and non-governmental, and there would not be this volunteer willing or desire to build these relationships based on common understanding that we fight for the same things. So, yeah. Can I add something?
Oh, yep. From the law enforcement perspective, I could add that despite the agreement between state police and NGOs, the main issue every time and in every country might be the open mind and thinking of the box for all the actors, because every single one of us knew the famous proverb that you are able to bring the donkey to the lake, but not single one person on earth would push him to drink if he doesn't want. And the issue is that people in their mind, they very often wouldn't recognize the situation as harmful as trafficking. And before all the social actors, police officers wouldn't recognize that something bad had been occurred, not the criminal law, not the agreement with social actors, not the national referral mechanism would change everything. It's totally clear. But for the good perspective, from the point of view of trafficking unit, we are at least a single state police authority, which one is especially interested to search trafficking cases, to find the real victims. So from that perspective, yep, we're very open to cooperate with Shelter Safe House NGO, previously mentioned another Latvian NGO, Marta Center, and other actors, governmental and non-governmental specialists. But as I told in the beginning, the main issue is open minding for all vectors, since the social specialist, state police, prosecutor office, and the judges, and the common work of society, like we spoke today concerning several models, like my presented Dutch model, when the country decided they are going to develop the barrier models. It's to to prevent the situation to grow through the exploitation ones, than to deal with exploitation cases. We are, I hope, in the beginning of such approach, and ours as well. So let's do the best, let's cooperate, let's know each other, like my boss told that every time it's better to call to your partners and speak over the situation than simply wrote the papers and blaming that the crime had been occurred. And afterwards, when you speak with person, they say, yep, a colleague of mine told me that if I would tell such a story, you would provide me a safe state, other social benefits for me, but I'm not going to tell such lies for the police authorities. So it occurs in another way. It's a real life. Such stories as you know might occur, but our common work for the police to catch bad guys, your work from social services to provide help to people to not become a victim of bad guys, and the ways how we do it depends only on us. It's like I told, it's a telephone call, nothing more sometimes.
I will very shortly tell that in Lithuania we have a three-part national level document. It is signed by Social Affairs Minister, Interior Minister, and Lithuanian Police, if I correct mentioning everything. So the identification and the process, how the identified victim and what kind of category of victim it is stated, but I think some maybe lower level documents need to be like signed or adjusted. So it's just a matter of processes. But when we talk about the collaboration between police and NGOs, so I would like to mention both directions. If the person, victim or possible victim, firstly goes to the NGO, let's say, I don't know why is the reason, but maybe in a village, she or he knows a person, a lady who is working in NGO and feels free to say that I was in this kind of situation. Everything starts in this NGO. It is the required documentation that every victim of human trafficking should be prescribed according to some particular, let's say, order. And the NGO needs to ask one particular question. If you are ready or if you would like to go to the police, we will lead you, we will support you, etc., etc. The person has the opportunity to select. If I want, or maybe I feel very bad, I have psychological trauma, etc., etc., and she or he just rejects. So it's okay or not okay, we can have another discussion, but this is the person that made a decision, and the NGO still supports this person. It is maybe some restricted support package, but still it is. Another direction is when a person somehow firstly comes, or the police come to a particular place and finds a person, and it is detected that it is a victim of human trafficking. So they are also doing everything according to their order, documentation, processes, etc., etc. And they are also are obliged to ask this person if you feel that you need a support, social or psychological support from the victim. So always we know that maybe it is the matter of competencies, experience, or the urgent of case. Some person can miss to ask this question, etc., etc., but more and more we have cases, and we sometimes, according to our statistics where we are doing about our social services, we are asking NGOs, okay, why this person was not collaborating with the police? Okay, they are providing information. She or he rejected, and if we are discussing with the police, they are also naming the reasons. So one thing is documentation, another thing is common understanding, but the third thing is, I think in first case, is the person and how he or she feels. If I am, let's say, strong enough to accept that I am victim, and if I'm strong enough to go to, let's say I'm a woman, and I'm going to the police station, there may be 3 men sitting, and maybe they are, according to the appearance, very similar to the men that were doing something for me bad. So that, yes, this is human, this level, social, psychological level. Please.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Now Merle.
Thank you very much. What we are doing? Everything nowadays, according to the needs. It means that Elulin now is 26 years old, and during this time we have success stories, we have problems, but we survived. And it's interesting to say you that we are more active nowadays in EU level than in Estonia sometimes, because in Estonia now the new act, Victim Support Act, and it means that government and the state centralized quite a lot of all those services, and they are also concerning trafficking in human rights victims issues. It means that we have to find our activities around this. Estonia, we are a member of our so-called roundtable of trafficking human beings. And now Elulin is only one working organization with trafficking human beings issues. It means that's in political level, international level. No, we are doing public awareness, and we have a lot of European Union projects. But yes, of course, if Estonia is so small, we are only partners. It means that's not main partner. We have to dance sometimes according the larger partners dances, and to find the best way to do for our main subject. It means that's also the trafficking human beings issues. And what we can do, and also we are partner in the European Union Trafficking Human Beings platform in Brussels. It means that this international level is quite interesting, but at the same time, then you can see how the other countries are acting. It means possible to see also the so-called, like I said, national referral mechanisms issues. And now it's very important when that will be also in directive. It means that our governments are unable to say anymore that's not our job. It means Estonia and Latvia, we can do it now much more loudly and say what is what. And one issue, what I said that's here, that's Greta. Because Greta came to Estonia and we were also in this list of those organizations with whom they are met. And a lot of our, let's say, problems and also those issues what we see that's okay in Estonia, they are in this report. It means that we can see it's possible to go not directly in Estonia, but we are doing the way through European Union or that's Council of Europe sometimes. And that's if you are going back to Estonia, that's possible to change something. And also political level in legal level, because our laws are, we are saying always that our laws are very good, but real life shows there are problems. It means if we are pointing out the problems, that's also important, not only for us, but we realize that's also for others. And if we are speaking in Estonia, that we have a lot of those organizations who we are not working formally, but we are very many ties to those projects, and in these organizations, mostly also the disability organizations, because we see that most of those victims with whom we are worked and we are working, they have problems, mental health, something else it means. And they must be supported always in their way, and also to introduce to our policymakers that they have to do something and to provide those lines also to work. But like I told, we are only one now. It means we are seeking those contacts which are outside with our volunteers, with our hotline services, psychological support. It means that you can do so many things in this field, also to go to teach to the schools, for example. And we have a very nice small booklet. Human being is not a commodity. That's nice small booklet, and with pictures, and provides very understandable way what is what and how the trafficking in human beings look like. It means that according to the need, like I told, and according to the possibilities, and we are still active. And Eda is this leading person in Estonia who is fighting sometimes. It's not only sometimes, but depends on the situation again. Somebody have to fight also, because the nice words are not working. Unfortunately, it means that we have to hope that also polite and nice words are more helpful in our work. Tahad sa midagi veel öelda? Kuidas? Yeah. That's in Estonia. We have now, for example, trafficking in human beings. This state documents anymore, and what we have to follow. It means that's only the small part of the guidelines which are in violent issues. It means that's part of violence in Estonia. Trafficking in human beings must be more highlighted in our understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Action plan is missing.
Okay, thank you so much. Now you can pass the mic to the Villa. We can move on to our second question. As you probably remember from the beginning of the presentation, prevention is a big deal in this room here. People are interested to learn more. So I wanted to ask you, because education and awareness, raising awareness plays an important role in your organization. So I just wanted to learn more about how does your organization work to raise awareness among diverse groups of people, so among the general population, among governments, and other communities. So maybe, Dovile, you can start sharing from the Lithuanian perspective.
In the beginning, when I was telling that prevention we are doing as association, and also every NGO that works directly with people. So I could say that we are collaborating or exchanging some information. For example, when we are organizing some preventive event, or now, for example, we are creating one educational program. It will be about from 1 to 2 hours for youth. So we need not only the experts that, let's say, in theoretical level, working with this youth being in human being situations, but also we ask to come social workers that have a direct relation and direct their experience working with these people, knowing the stories, knowing the main situations. And what we are doing, we will make some kind of improvisational lesson where about 10 youth, 10 representatives of youth, they will select randomly the role, just open the card and see, okay, I am a police officer, I am a teacher, I am a social worker, I am a lady from the next street, something like that. And step by step they will have some activities where it will be said, okay, now everything should be evolve in the way that you know that somebody is in the situation being human trafficking. And finally, they will come to the situation that, okay, how it should be solved. We would like to make this experience be played and then discussed. Okay, now you feel we are like adults, the creators, already tested a few times, and my colleague Lucrezia is here today. So we were very surprised how we thought that we are playing, but it happens that, okay, but yes, the old lady could be the human trafficker, or the person, a businessman can be a human trafficker. So it is the example what we are doing, but what I would say in general that we are combining this theoretical information, let's say, coming from international level about, let's say, the actual news, what are the main manipulation activities or actions from these gangs, etc., also with the real stories that real people are coming and telling. And with these lessons, educations, we will go to the regions, to the cities, to the towns, but our NGOs, of course, they will be doing every day by day. When the victim of human trafficking is coming, they will provide information how not to go again in that situation. Because we have a lot of stories that it is not once time victim. Usually it is a person coming, getting support. Everything looks like okay, he or she is integrated, but somehow happens that, okay, but once again, he is not so, let's say, curious to check the job advertisement or to check some information and so on. More about prevention, it may be a challenge or something that could be adjusted on a national or I don't know, maybe institutional level, that some different ministries and some different institutions sometimes creating things and other institutions don't know. And then somebody, or let's say some organizations writing a huge project and they providing the idea that we will do something very interesting, important, big budget, and in the middle of the doing this new innovative prevention, the team understands that already somebody created this thing. So I think that more collaboration and more exchange of knowledge of what is on the national, international level. So I would say that this is the issue of every organization openness. I'm saying for this, like for NGO to be more open, our association could be more open, asking and coming, maybe you have this, or maybe you would like to be part of this project, and then not 2 or 3 projects need to be, let's say, made, but just one, but really big, and then covering all the country, or maybe some part of Europe or something like that.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing. Ilse, maybe you, Amira? Okay.
Okay, thank you. I will add here that for my previous information, such issue, what is important. Elulin carried out the project for both general awareness raising and developing a social program for sex buyers to change the behavior. Why? That's a question of demand of trafficking in human beings services. It means that to reduce the demand for the buying of sex and raise awareness of the topics of human trafficking, committed for the purpose of prostitution and sexual exploitation. Why it's important? Last year I have been also in Academy of European Law, one seminar, and there was also a topic, question of demand. There possible to see some materials from OCSC and also from other countries and other organizations. But I'm sorry, but not enough in the real life, in the organizational level in the States. It means we have to see this opportunity and also to find possibilities to work with this issue. Demand is very important issue. And what is more, I can say, that we have such possibility to join, like I told, that's violence issues, domestic violence, trafficking in human beings, sometimes together. And we made a lot of those clips and characteristics, and also the small films about those issues for the school children, for teachers, for public awareness, for the social workers, for lawyers, for example. It means that if we are doing in this way, sometimes you don't need always to present like we are doing here now, because we have materials which we can renew, sometimes according to the need, and sometimes also provide, like in the fresh costume, and to with the added value, because, like I said also, what is important to see what internationally is international organizations are doing. It means that sometimes if we are doing something by own only, that's not enough. we have to look also what others are doing. And that's the reason why we are here together, and to share this information. And what is important again, from our point of view, we have to learn ourselves. If we are able to learn ourselves, then we are able to teach others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ilse, maybe you have something to add from your side?
I think if we speak about prevention, it's probably the best part of the work, because if you compare it to work with actual survivors, it is good that you can be on the side where you can actually stop it. And I love when my colleague Gita, who is a lawyer, is telling, for example, in school youngsters, that I'm more pleased to come here and warn you about possibilities of being in trafficking situation than work with you when you come to our office already as a person who have suffered. And if we speak about prevention, that there is this one that is kind of said from the government in this action plan, that we should educate specialists, we should, especially judges and prosecutors, and work on this level. And then, of course, we have a lot of opportunities to do our own initiatives, as we are a non-governmental organization. And those, for sure, are the most fun, because we can add our own perspective and our own ideas. And sometimes those things are shocking to society, sometimes they are more playful, sometimes more modern. One of my recently favorite activity was in Latvia. Maybe some from other countries might know, we have a conversation festival in Cēsis, where it's a more or less liberal event, where things that are important in society are discussed on a national level. It is broadcasted on TV, and people from all over the country, and sometimes even from different countries, go there and are part of these discussions. And for quite a few years we have managed to be invited and speak about issues of human trafficking. And if not we as organization, then our partners, and they sometimes invite us as well. And this summer, Ministry of Interior were invited to speak about human trafficking issues, and they invited us. And we already had some creative ideas. We created a story of a girl who tries to navigate in the world, where she searched for a work after school, and there's all those red flags and everything. And it was very fun to watch how people who work in ministry played like traffickers and or drivers and all those fun parts. And it just shows that not always this cooperation should be formal and very strict and document-based and everything. And sometimes we can, because with society, you can reach it only in a non-formal way, in my opinion. I believe that you need to use a lot of tools that might look like a joke to somebody, but it's the only way how to get to society. There's no other way. In my opinion. Of course, you need to do all those formal steps as well. They are necessary, but if you add some non-formal things, it works very good. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, like, what you're saying made me think about this one conversation I've had with one of the NGO workers in the past, and they said something like, who is more likely to change their opinion about something? The person who just read a report that was 100 pages long, or the person who was able to actively engage with the topic on some sort of other level that is, let's say, non-formal, right? Creative, or like you said, crazy for some people. Yeah, very good. Thank you so much for sharing. I wanted us to maybe go into our last question, looking at our pace here. So you can take your time, and I wanted Vadims maybe to be the first person to start answering here. So since it's an international project, it's an international conference, I wanted to ask you, can you elaborate on the international collaboration and cooperation aspect that is required to effectively combat human trafficking, given it's, again, difficult and complex nature, specifically between Baltic countries, maybe from your experience, or maybe something you wish would be a reality. So you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would rather speak about my dream to have Lithuanian prosecutors concerning human trafficking cases. Estonian law concerning third country nationals who are not performing like national acts, like a national acts, yep. And from Latvian perspective, I would like to wish all our Baltic region to get the Latvian result concerning massage parlors with happy endings. Because believe me, colleagues, in Latvia, this issue is elaborated for cik sen mēs jau apkarojam to? Before the pandemics, no single one massage parlors with happy end is possible in Latvia. I'm speaking about a legal business structure. For instance, upon private ones or etc., like special gentlemen clubs, yep, frankly, it is. But no single one person from the streets is able to go in such a clubs, and upon if they would be able to go in, they would have such a service, yep.
Thank you for sharing. Because at first I was like, no massages in Latvia for anyone, but sounds kind of sad.
Only massage.
Yeah.
But without.
Yeah, now that makes sense.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. But do you know there is a need for such services? Really, what you are doing then, that's a demand is existing.
Okay, but remember, it was your personal questions to me. And as a regular police officer, I have to upset you a little, I guess. Because from my perspective, every time we should divide the correlation about the situation when the men are going and searching for commercial sex, and cause to effect why this situation occurs. And in order to speak in not such painful sphere of males and females, we have also about human trafficking issues. The first one, child labor concerning football ball producing. It's not about the football game. It's not about the football ball. It's about what in current country they decided to use a child. And we are not going to blame a football players. We are not going to blame the football association, but we are going to blame the current bad guys who are push it and use it child. In our way, concerning using of narcotics drugs, nowadays it is impossible to create and to develop our medicine without morphine. Impossible. It's no way. But we have a strict border between regular using of narcotics and morphine and irregular. So we are not going to blame persons who use it in regular ones, and much more. We are not going to blame a narcotic addict person, but we are going to buy this stuff because they are addicted. We are going to blame the dealers, the pushers, and these kind of actions. And from my personal perspective as a police officer, I think we should think over to divide the issue of commercial sex not in a gender way approach, but all the service providers are victims and all the buyers are criminals, because every one of us knew that when you said all single one, it's not true in both ways. And our Latvian approach is to try to divide the situation, and we promote a new law concerning prostitution minimization, elimination. It doesn't matter the name of the law, because it's standing in our parliament, and we're thinking in what kind we are going to accept it. But our promotion was to raise the level of allowed commercial sexual provisions to year of 25. Because when you are 25, you are able to finish your study. You are able to get a real life experience, and your choice to join this service is highly likely your own. For sure, when we are speaking about issues like in military conflicts, when the elders ladies are coming inside like person on the moves, and they are pushed by the obstacles to perform sexual acts, it's another story. I'm speaking about, my own country, about Latvians who born in Latvia, and they became, like right now, 18 years old. I say, okay, I'm 80 years old, I can perform, and the huge list of sexual actions she might perform legally. From my perspective, from the perspective of the police, it's unacceptable, especially when we have an internet and possibility to play it for the World Wide Web. But the issue is 25 years old, when you saw the situation in extremely changed way when you were in 18.
Vadims, I wanted to thank you for your rebuttal. It was very good. Thank you so much. I wanted to maybe ask Davila if she could share her view on the international cooperation and collaboration required to combat trafficking in the Baltic countries, so maybe good examples from your experiences with such collaboration, or like Vadim shared, maybe aspirations, goals for the future.
So one good example comes to my mind, and maybe I would like to elaborate it. This year we had one project. It was, first of all, we thought about on national level. We collaborated with journalists, and we formed 3 teams. It was in every team journalist, professional one, journalist student, and 1 or 2 representatives from NGOs that we are uniting, that they are in the net. And they were selecting every team particular topic that they would like to make an investigation. It happens that 2 of the teams, they have, the topics were, one were writing about sugar dating, and they were looking for people that are doing these kind of services. And from the 4 interviews, it really, you can really see that they were talking about working on the very sharp line where on one part you can have possibility to earn good money, let's say, to be independent and so on, but on the other part they were talking about psychological problems, about how they were in particular situations where they feel that, okay, something bad can be happening for me. And one person, it happens to find that he was from the very teens years exploited, firstly by his father, then by other men, and so on and on. And it was a case in Lithuania and so on. It was one topic. It was more or less national level. Another regional newspaper, Savaitė Week, they were writing some topics about pornography, about sexual exploitation, but mainly doing like experts interviews. And we had Lithuanian radio and TV, television, LRT that we know, team, they were doing international investigation. It was the combination of to compare and to see how illegal migration overlaps with human trafficking. And they went by calls, they were planning to go to make interviews in Hungary, in Italy. They were talking with experts and people who are in the presence for this kind of human trafficking and illegal migrants transportation. Mainly it was Lithuanians, but why I am mentioning this thing, I think in this case sometimes let's say there is very little information when the police or other people can come and say, okay, I have very clear evidence and I have, I want to write this kind of claim about the particular situation. But journalists, they are very curious people, and they can, okay, this is maybe not true or maybe true. I would do some kind of investigation by myself. I will, let's say, write to particular chats and so on. And it happens then you are on international level. You are, our journalist Mindaugas Aušra, they somehow started to communicate with these people that were trying to give him job to move one person from one country to another country. So it is maybe not like, the experience that you can cover all the problem, human trafficking, but let's say this collaboration then you can show for people, when then people in another country can be more, let's say, attentive to some kind of propositions, that to move person from one country to another, to do something, etc. So I think this could be quite good thing when you are collaborating not only on international or national level, but on different institutional levels. I would like to to exaggerate this thing, that levels from different countries, but also in the national level from different also, horizontal and vertical. So this could be very important. Maybe you.
We have, unfortunately, 3 minutes left, but maybe 3 minutes you can give us a very brief, insightful comment on this collaboration question.
Collaboration and cooperation, what's the difference?
Collaboration and cooperation, I would say collaboration is more doing something together, one project, and a cooperation is having the systems in place where people know exactly what to do and how to react whenever the cases occur.
I think that's for us is most important to unite them, because that's we are too small to do everything by own. And if we have very good friends from other Baltic countries, organizations with whom we are working together, we have knowledge what to do, and we have legislative problems sometimes, how to overcome them. It means that success stories are, I think, the best. But at the same time, it shows the way also for politicians how to work together. And I hope that Latvia and Lithuania will ratify the Istanbul Convention. Thank you.
Very good comment, actually, I agree. Thank you for mentioning that. I wanted maybe our audience to thank our dear panelists for their participation. Thank you so much. It was very interesting for me to listen to you as well. I feel like there are certain differences, as we've discovered, but I feel like there are a lot of similarities and there are a lot of things that we have in common and that we're working towards. And I'm very happy that we can all see each other face to face and talk about these topics. And tomorrow we are going to have a similar panel, but this time with just exclusively with law enforcement officers, which will be very interesting. And for our online participants, I wanted to say that we will see you in 30 minutes for our final speech. And for all of the people here today, I wanted to just remind you, maybe someone have seen it in the information pack, maybe someone has missed it, but we are going to have a walking tour after this event. So we're going to have it at 16:20. So we're going to go to explore Vilnius, basically, and we're going to go to like artsy districts, maybe something you haven't seen before if you have been here a while. So if you're interested in going, please let me know. I'll be going, some of my colleagues will be going. It can be an interesting way to spend your evening, sunny day in Vilnius. And apart from that, now is our time to have a 30-minute break. You can use the bathroom, you can have some water, and then we are going to meet here at 3:30. We're going to have our final speaker, Rugile, who is coming from the Lithuanian side. And then I'm just going to mention final closing remarks, and we can go to the walking tour if you want to. So if that sounds good, I'll see you here in 30 minutes. Hi. It was very loud somehow. So we have a couple of people still missing. All right. We are missing a couple of people here and there at the end of the conference. But for those of you who are still here, you're the best, you're the strongest soldiers, and that's amazing. We are going towards the end of the very first day of the They Have a Name final conference. And I, with greatest pleasure, want to invite to the stage Rugile. And she will tell you a little bit more about her work, about herself, and about the topic. And yes, the warmest welcomes. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good to be here among you. As Paulina said, my name is Rugile. I come from an NGO called Ribologia, which I will tell you a little bit more about a little later. But because the project name is They Have a Name, so I wanted to start by reading one story. It's a very short story about a woman who has a name. Her name is Renata, and she was a victim of human trafficking. So I will very shortly read her story, because I think the name of the project really is a wonderful way to acknowledge the feelings of survivors, right? And I remember in one conference, it was very powerful when Ambassador of Canada, he started his presentation by reading names of women who had been killed during femicide, right? And was like sort of giving a space and recognition for what they've suffered. And also I met another woman, she's living in France, but working in Brazil. And she had this art piece when she embroidered names of women killed during femicide and other gender-based crimes, right? And she embroidered those names to certain like pillows, etc. And it was like a community way of also giving, space for their stories. In Brazil, it was like thousands and thousands of names on those pillows, right? So the story is about the woman, her name is Renata. I will read it shortly, just because I want to make it, correct. So, her story is, there was this one guy, a friend of my sister, who used to come over. He saw that we lived poorly, and that's when he offered me a job. Regular story, I think you can recognize the pattern, right? He said there's a girl he knows, she knows a good job in Italy. And in this story, I will tell a little bit later on about like women grooming other women to join human trafficking. All you have to do is to sit in the bar and start talking with the customers who come in, drink with them, and that is it, nothing else. So we agreed because there was no conditions for us, and it seemed like a good offer. He didn't say anything bad was coming, especially when he said that it was a woman offering me this job. At first, all seemed exciting, then it all started. Alcohol, drugs, a lot of drugs. We used them so we would forget, that stuff that was happening to us. I don't remember even if I had the sober nights. When I was there, I drank a lot. I wouldn't eat much, just coffee in the morning, a cigarette and whiskey with cola. And that way I tried to calm myself down. That way, I was living until every evening. And in the evening, I would drink more, drink with customers, and then it all went away. It didn't seem so bad when I was so drunk and also on drugs at the same time. If we wanted already to go home, he told us that we had to work off the money for the boss as much as possible. Work faster, earn back the money for him. Only then we can come back home. So this is a story of Renata, a survivor of human trafficking. And this is a story is very much connected with sexual exploitation. And my topic today is making those links. So I will share my presentation just a little bit. Give me 1 second. Several slides. Yes. I want to tell a story about my NGO. I used to work with gender-based violence issues in a lot of NGOs in Lithuania for more than 14 years. But I always had a passion for topic of sexual violence. And in Lithuania, I think the similar situation is in Latvia and Estonia. If you say the word sexual violence, people go, what is their reaction? What do you think in your countries? Are they happy to hear about that? Or are they, reluctant to hear about this topic? What is the reaction? Victim blaming? Victim blaming. In Lithuania, we started by learning about sexual violence probably several years ago, and we learned the forms, we learned the legislation, etc. And when I provide trainings for experts, they are saying, I want to recognize the signs, I want to know the psychology, I want to know about the trauma, etc. But why we established our NGO? Because we figured that, okay, you want to know all that, and you probably know all that, but you cannot say the word sex out loud. That is the case. And after the training, usually the whole day, I remember one participant, she is working in probation office, and she said okay, so after this whole workshop, the outcome was that at first, when you said the word sex, my stomach was I thought that I will throw up or something. It was uncomfortable. I started scratching myself, etc. After those 8 hours, I don't feel that anymore because you kept on saying that throughout the 8 hours, and that was achievement and so on its own. So we realized that prevention of sexual violence starts not by knowing the forms, not by knowing the legal acts, but being able to say word sex, what is happening, that it's there, So that's why we created our NGO to talk about this topic from the beginning, really. And we, in our social media, we collect stories, different stories of sexual violence. It doesn't matter what form. Either it was physical, either it was human trafficking, either it was sextortion, was it revenge pornography, online ways of sexual violence, and we post these stories. And what happens when we post these stories? We post one story, 3 or 5 more stories come. And women, some men also are writing that, okay, so when I read this story, I felt that, I was kind of able to tell my story, on rape, drugs, etc. The topics that in Lithuania we didn't touch upon for a very, very long time. Why, if you look at the historical perspective, during Soviet occupation, basically there was no sex, and children were found somewhere in the fields, etc. So knowing this context, when you talk about prevention of human trafficking also, and sexual exploitation, it is connected with sex, right? And if people in our countries cannot talk openly about sex, if I would say, share your best experiences right now, best experience, not worst, but best. A lot of people think that I'm crazy a little bit, and they don't want to share. So if you are not willing to share best thing that had happened to you during sex, can I expect that you would share the worst things that happened to you, right? So everything starts from there, basically. Feel free to stop me also if you have some questions. About human trafficking and links to sexual exploitation. This is, sorry, it's in Lithuanian, but just for the numbers. This is data from Ministry of Interior on human trafficking in Lithuania. So maybe you heard some numbers and figures before I started to speak. So sexual exploitation, we had officially 5 cases. So there were sexual services and also prostitution. So 5 cases in 2022. Of course, we can say that there are many, many more cases, that is happening in Lithuania, etc. But these cases, they undergo pretrial investigations, etc. So we can know for sure that it was 5. You can see it's the biggest number from other forms of human trafficking. Although in Lithuania, trafficking for labor exploitation is also quite popular, I would say. But sexual exploitation is either number 1 or very close to #1. Not only in Lithuania, in other countries, globally as well. You can get most money from trafficking persons and exploit them for sexual exploitation. That is the way. You can get most money from this form. Trafficking and prostitution. This is the debate, always. Is prostitution connected to human trafficking? Raise the hand, the ones who think that, yes, prostitution is connected to human trafficking. More or less. Okay, so we have maybe a little bit more than half that raised their hands, right? This is the debate always. When we have training, etc., I'm being told most of the times, don't mix these two. These two don't mix. And I'm thinking like, how? What is the main reason for human trafficking, for sexual exploitation? What? Demand. Demand of commercial sex. Demand of buying sex, right? Prostitution is only a form of how you can get that, in real life. So it is connected to human trafficking. If we don't make this link, right, and if we think that human trafficking is not connected to prostitution, then we let it slide. Why do we avoid this link? So I gave several reasons. First of all, it's easier to go pro-sex work. It's easier to say that, for example, if you legalize prostitution, everything will be great, etc. There will be no human trafficking because people will be so happy, shiny, etc. It's just easier way to go this route because there are a lot of people and a lot of businesses, human trafficking included, that are rooting for this kind of approach, right? And if we go further, there's a huge debate in Lithuania, but in other countries as well, between these two things. Are you pro-sex work or against sex work? And this debate is not just like a discussion that you have when you're drinking coffee. It's not a light debate. It's a debate similar to do you think it's okay to kill a person if the person wants to be dead, with euthanasia, etc. I don't know how it's called in English. It's similar sort of the debate. So this debate is really actually what is very important when we talk about human trafficking as well, because pro-sex movements are financed partially also by who? People who also do human trafficking, because it's like for them, both men and women, it's more profitable. So if you're pro-sex work, you think it's okay to buy or sell a female's body. And if you're against sex work, you think that it's not okay to buy female's body or sell it, right? And another link is money and the most, profits you can get from, again, exploiting someone sexually. The money is huge. The money is great. I remember I was sitting in Brussels in one seminar and we watched a documentary on human traffickers, ex-human traffickers in Italy. So there were human traffickers, but now they're like ex-human traffickers and they're telling this story, right? So they told that, the money is so great that at some point you don't even know what to do with this money. And one man, there were two of them, but one man was telling that they had strip clubs all over Italy where they traffic girls from Eastern Europe, etc. And they said, imagine one evening, me and my partner, we collect all money that we earn, because we all, of course, only take cash. And we just lay it on the tables, and there's a huge, hall with tables, and there are piles of money, right? So you can imagine we didn't even know what to do with this money. We opened more strip clubs, we trafficked more girls, but at some point, we had everything. We had cars, we have houses, etc. So when I think about prevention of human trafficking, right, how to deal with it, first, I think that human trafficking probably always will be there because it's so profitable. It's one of the most profitable crimes to exploit someone for sex, right? So again, why people are doing it, it's kind of obvious. Why, for example, young boys and girls are lured to that is also sometimes because, a lot of times, it's because they're poor. As in Renata's story, I had nothing to lose. The offer was good. It seemed good at first, right? So I just went away and got it. I remember when I was doing prevention activities in Lithuania for people that are in foster care homes, I was telling about, like, you know, dangers, etc., and, you know, trying to engage them in, like, practical activities to make it a little bit more engaging, right? And I remember there were two guys sitting in the front row. There were, like, one was 12, another one was 14. And after this, you know, show that I put on like how bad it is, but, you know, you should do this and that, they're like, nah, I don't know. It kind of, you know, I don't have anything to lose. Like, everything that I've been through life until this moment, it was pretty bad. So, you know, if it will be also bad, fine, I'm used to that. It will, but maybe it can be a little bit better than I had, you know? And at that point, I, you know, at first stopped doing training in foster care homes because I talked with one child psychologist and we just said that we need different programs. And now we have different programs, especially for children that are at risk. But on the other hand, I thought, like, you know, talking about prevention with children that are, you know, lured by money. It's easy money. You can put yourself online. You can, you know, do videos. You can do photos of yourself, etc. It's good money. It's good business. You can do it just like sitting next to your computer, and you don't usually understand the risk, you know, about that. So again, I started thinking about how to do it other ways. How to engage them in other ways, because of course this is kind of, you know, it is like that. So another debate that we have, legalized prostitution or criminalized prostitution. Who of you think that prostitution should be legal? 4, 5, 5.5. One is like, this is, I imagine that's the half, right? So 5.5. Okay, what happens, and I will not like shout on any of you, like, how dare you? It's just a debate, we are debating. So if we legalize the prostitution, what happens? Better conditions, I don't know, medical supervision, everything is out in the open, the world. Oh, taxes, here, yeah, we had more taxes. Taxes is important to us as a state, right? Yeah, so we get more taxes. So we can invest in education, etc., like whatever, you know, with these taxes. This is what happens when we legalize prostitution, or it seems that way. Actually, my thoughts about this was changed like many years ago when I met activists from Germany. In Germany, prostitution is legal. In Lithuania, it's not legal. It's illegal to sell and illegal to buy. In Germany, prostitution is legal. And what happens there is that they don't know what to do right now, actually. It's legal. They have a lot of brothels, etc. The conditions that women and some men in prostitution face in those brothels are quite terrible. Yes, they have like doctor's appointment, they pay rent for the room of the brothel, they pay for the room rent and also protection, which you want to have, and that's the huge part of your salary, if you will. It works like a business. And how business works? Business works in such sense that if you need certain services, I will provide them. For example, if you all need eggs, I will give you eggs. If you stop buying eggs in all Baltic states, there will be no eggs in the shop, right? So in Germany, what happens is that, you know, you have a demand for sex, but not just regular sex. You have demand for, like, I don't know, urinating on the person, group sex, like torturing a person a little bit, etc. Therefore, as a good businesswoman, I would provide you all these services, you know, and I have people that, you know, do these services for you. So actually, the situation is a little bit not controllable, and why I said they don't know what to do right now, because the problem is like huge, and it didn't stop. Did it stop trafficking? Of course not. Trafficking, the best case scenario for traffickers, I come to the country, prostitution is legal, Everything is out in the open. I don't have to do much. I don't have fines. I don't have police officers coming to the apartment, etc. For me, it's a dream. So basically, legalizing prostitution benefits traffickers more than criminalizing prostitution. In Lithuania, situation is like this. It's illegal, but who gets fined? Women and some men in prostitution, basically. It's like that. I remember I went to several of these raids to apartments here in Vilnius. I went there like several times. I could not go there anymore because for me the system is like, it's bad, you know, because if you go only for the people who sell their bodies, you give them fines, then they are more in debt, then they are doing the same thing, basically, because I'm in debt. I need to work more, you know? And this is not a great situation. Why don't we why don't we punish people that go for commercial sex? Difficult? I don't know. Is it difficult? I remember one story from Iceland. Activists said, and it was like brilliant, and they said, you need to be more courageous in Baltic states. You're great, but you need more courage. What they did, they are an NGO, Stigamot, maybe some of you know them. They're from Iceland, wonderful, wonderful colleagues of ours, and a previous speaker for Stigamot said, so we did this. We made an advertisement that we are proposing services, etc. And there were a lot of men that, you know, called us, wanted to, you know, because the price was quite good, so they, you know, I want to meet you, how do I do that? And they said to those men that, okay, you need to come to this space and you need to have like a paper under your arm. That's how we will know it's you. And they invited them to a press conference. And you can imagine all these men with papers, you know, and they sit at the press conference against human trafficking, against sexual exploitation. Is it hard to, you know, to go after the ones who are buying that, you know, services? It's not that hard, really. If you really want that, it's not that hard. And we have examples in, for example, United States of America, where charities or NGOs, as we call them here, have cooperation with police officers and, you know, doing systems and screening online space, etc., to do just that. So my best prevention advice is go after the demand and you will do prevention. You can also do prevention with youngsters, etc., for sure. But if you really want to do prevention, go after demand. That's as simple as that. Reduce demand for a women's body. And this demand is not only you going to buy sex online or offline. This demand is everywhere in the media. This demand is in sexualization of women's body. For example, if you like to buy a nice suit for Suit Supply, they have commercials that are totally using women as sexual objects, and, you know, their naked bodies is not connected with suits at all, but it is like that, right? Or, for example, gaming industry. We have gaming industry and super sexualized gaming characters, etc., and children are playing this stuff all the time. I have 2 children, one of them is 11. He's gaming all the time, you know, and I'm checking the characters, and more or less they're kind of sexualized. Sexualizing young girls, for example, with bathing suits, with, you know, like dresses, etc. In one, also in Brussels, in one conference, I didn't make a picture of it, but there was mini pole dancing poles for little girls, you know, like mini stilettos and mini sexual dresses, like for little girls, etc. So we are sexualizing that. If you go to any porn site, which is not like basically super hard to get in, actually, even if you're a youngster, you go Google, you go into different porn sites, and it's there. I do trainings for specialists. I say, how hard do you think you can access that? Not hard at all. I can open it on my computer right now, which I will not because I don't want to advertise them, but you can, and they're like, oh my God, it's so like easily accessible, you know? So, and in porn sites, a lot of material is with like, you know, for example, students or teenagers or presumed teenagers, of course, that those actresses or sometimes exploited people can be like 30 or 35, but they pretend that they're like a schoolgirl. So again, you know, the demand is there. Street harassment, for example, catcalling, etc., owning your body. For example, if I would, I don't know, lose some of my buttons, etc., I'm asking for it. If my, you know, dress was like up to here, I'm also kind of provoking, etc. The whole body of mine is a certain provocation, right? And it allows other people to react. And sometimes the reaction is like, okay, so what do you expect me to do, right? So it's still there. Music videos, for example, you can definitely maybe heard about this music video, so it's like one of the most disgusting ways of, I've seen worse, but still this one is not really great, using again women as objects, like naked women, blowing cigarette smoke to their faces, etc. So it's basically, if you don't respect, if you use women's body for sexualization, if you don't respect, if you have zero, if you think that they're lesser, etc., you would not be opposed of using them as well. And when I work with teenagers in schools, they're asking for me like 16-year-old boys. So for example, what should I do if my girlfriend wants me to pull her hair during sex? I don't want to do that, but she's saying that I'm not passionate enough. Where do you get this idea, you know, that pulling hair or like causing pain is passionate? From porn movies, right? That is like widely accessible, right? So again, the demand. If we talk about not future, because sometimes we talk about artificial intelligence or online gaming industry as the future. It's not the future, it's the present, you know? So it's not something it will be, it's already here. So one example of robot created for, you know, OnlyFans platform that is so good, so good in selling your bodies, and you can earn money, etc., but it's also used for human trafficking purposes. So basically, they created robot to do that, and this girl, do you think she's real or she's not real? She looks real. For me, she looked very real. But actually, this girl was created with artificial intelligence, so she is not real. But her photos are made, you know, and sold on OnlyFans platform. She has her own channel, etc., etc. One side of the debate is that, great, people are not using real women. You know, punish those robots, artificial intelligence, torture them, not real people. That's great. It's not great because the model in your head is that you can do whatever, and still you're doing that to robot. But if you're doing that to robot, if you're doing it to artificial intelligence, it's here in your head, and you have a high chance of doing it in real life. And this is the real life. Now it is the real life. The internet is the real life. So basically, using artificial intelligence models, we're not like solving the problem, we're creating even more problem. Of course, using ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence tools can help to prevent human trafficking as well, if you're smart with using that. So, you know, both sides can use it. And with youth, you know, that's just something that I wrote, but basically they're very lured by OnlyFans platforms, etc., and it's very hard to give other alternatives for them, yeah, because it's easy way to collect money. And also the rape culture. The rape culture is very prevalent in Lithuania for sure, because all these like sexual jokes, etc., you don't understand the humor, what's wrong with you, you know, there's just a humor, it's just a joke, it's just an anecdote. I really like this pyramid because it shows how just a joke or just a cat calling like, whoa, you're like, for example, ass looks great in that skirt. That was said to me when I was a 14-year-old girl walking in the street with my mom. And my mom is pretty badass, so she turned and she said like, she's 14, like, what's wrong with you? Like, it was like an older man. He's like, well, her ass looks nice. I thought she will kill him or something. She didn't, but still. So how these are connected to, you know, revenge porn, coercion, victim blaming, as you said, you know, victim blaming culture, and also rape. And above the rape is suicide, not suicide, sorry, murder. right? So all these things are connected. So if we think that we will just tackle this, rape, drugging, molestation, etc., but we don't tackle all this, we will never be successful. That's a waste of taxpayers' money. Here you go, you said more taxes. So if we don't know the root causes for sexual exploitation, that's the waste of taxpayers' money. That's what NGOs are always trying to tell. Don't waste the money. Go for the real issues here, right? So rape culture is one of the issues. And we are trying to say that, we do not teach kids to avoid internet. We do not teach kids not to go in the forest, etc. We teach kids how to, resist, how to know what exploitative behavior looks like. We teach them models, because if we say to kids up to this day in school, don't go to forest, don't talk to creepy people. There are no creepy people, and there are no people in most cases hiding in forest. It's now all chat GPT and, fun and games and very interesting stuff. So we teach children about exploitative behaviors and what to do if they are in one. We teach them safety online, not by throwing their devices and saying, you will never have that because I just saw you are watching porn. What's the matter with you? I did not raise you like that. No, we're teaching children what does that mean and how it have more effects on, for example, the way he or she sees the body, their genitals, how they know what intimacy is, what sex is, etc. We teach them those concepts because, forms of human trafficking and sexual exploitation, it will change. It will go more and more online. It will be in new forms, etc. We will never, know about all of them. But if we know the concept, we know what to look for. That's how can we be successful. And just several examples. Sorry, it's in Lithuanian, but we had a campaign, No Excuses, and we tried to fight sexual violence with saying, no excuses for you provoked someone, no excuses that you say, no excuses that you drank. Violence is still violence, right? We are creating comics with different versions of scenarios for children and animating them so that they would somehow go into the story and through the story can dissociate themselves and talk not about me as Drugile, watching porn or something, but just like Lena who is watching porn and comparing herself with what she sees, So we are doing that. We also have a platform for, basic prevention of also gender, knowledge about gender equality, prevention of gender-based violence, where teachers and students can learn. We don't want to say to teachers that it's your job to prevent human trafficking, because they have a job up to here. Their job is everything, right? We are saying to them, we know you have classes on this and that, on wellness, etc. So here are lesson plans with step-by-step tools and videos that are nice, that children love, and you will get some karma points for that, because children will be like, yay, these lessons are so interesting, right? So we don't expect, we try to give and cooperate with them. And also the museum, I wanted to show you just very quickly. Our partners in Klaipėda did this museum. It's also in English. It's called Abolitionism Museum. So there are some causes of sexual exploitations and human trafficking put in the nice manner. There are, survivor stories. One of them I just read to you, facts, etc. So this is the whole online museum for this topic of sexual exploitation and also human trafficking for sexual exploitation. If you will have some ideas to make this museum not only online, but in your countries maybe live, stuff that they have in UK, it's also very popular. You bring children and you show them, this is how human trafficking looked in ages ago, in 1200 something year, and this is how it looks now. And then they're saying this is not human trafficking, this is my leisure activities. And you say, well, actually, yeah, it is. So if you have some ideas or projects, we would be happy to cooperate with you. And last but not least, if you have any any questions, you can write me via email or follow us on social media, where we also post, but yeah, in Lithuanian. But if you want some collaboration, you can write me, and we are more than happy to work with you in English or Spanish, because my friend co-founder lives in Madrid, so either of these languages. Thank you so much. If you have questions, I would be happy to answer them, but I don't think I have time left, so I will give the floor to Paulina. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Rugile. It was amazing as usual. It was so great to hear from you. And of course, if you feel like you want to collaborate or reach out, yeah, you definitely will have a great partner if you do. So, dear online participants, that's the end of our live streaming. Thank you so much for coming, and we'll be back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay, you offline participants, hi.